Okay. Good evening, South Miami. It's now 7:01 p.m., and we're going to begin the August 20th City Commission meeting. Our mayor is at the Democratic Convention in Chicago. He just disappeared for a minute. He's going to run the meeting, and I'm going to assist him here on the ground. So with that, we'll give the mayor another minute, and then he'll call the meeting to order. Okay. All right, Mayor, you're up now that you have your jacket on.
I don't think he can hear us.
Okay. On the mic, sir.
Mayor, can you hear us?
Can you all hear me? Because I can't hear any. I have no audio on my side.
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
He can't hear us.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
This-
No, I'm saying click on the.
this one? Yeah, want me to-
Mayor, can you hear us?
No.
Still can't hear us.
How do you want to?
Chip, can you hear us? Chip?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, well, can't see.
Can someone speak so I can see if I can hear you, please?
Mayor, can you hear us? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Chip, can you say something because I can't hear you?
Mayor, test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
I'm not getting any audio on my end, so I'm going to log off this computer and use my personal computer, see if it works better than the city's one. Okay, my apologies. Give me 1 minute.
So can we call?
You just did. You already called the meeting over.
Okay. So
It's your fault.
excuse us, if you just bear with us, we need 4 for quorum. So just give the mayor a couple minutes to switch computers.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. What do you think's wrong with my?
Can you hear us, Mayor?
I can hear you guys now. Sorry about that. Little computer switch, solved the problem.
Okay. All right. So Mayor, we just called the meeting to order. And if you want to take over from there, I'll assist you on the ground with public comments and so forth.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebman. Again, my apologies to all of you for doing this meeting remotely and whatever inconvenience it's causing, and to the public as well. I believe, as is custom, next we'll take up a moment of silence. Commissioner Liebman, do you want to lead us in the moment of silence? And then if Commissioner Kaye can lead us in the pledge?
I need to do the roll call.
Oh, roll call first? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
It's okay. Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Commissioner Lehman, Commissioner Corey,
Present.
Commissioner Cayenne.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Liebman, if you could do the honors, followed by Commissioner Kaye. Thank you.
Certainly. At this moment, we'll just take a few minutes, and a few moments, and I would just ask you to keep in mind anyone that may be struggling with an illness at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Kaye, if you can lead to the pledge, please, sir.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And just a reminder to the public, if you have not silenced your cell phones, please do so at this time. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a couple of presentations this evening.
Yes.
If you
Okay,
could read the first one, please.
the first presentation is Employee of the Quarter, Raul Morel, Maintenance Worker for Parks and Recreation and Culture Department.
Mr. Manager, I'm assuming you'd like the Deputy Manager to handle the presentation this evening? Thank you, sir. Madam Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you. Raul Marrero is a maintenance worker in the city's Parks Department. He was actually nominated for Employee of the Quarter for Q2 by Commissioner Liebman. So I'm going to pass it off to Commissioner Liebman to say a few words and then hand it off to our Parks Director, Quentin Pugh, to hand Raul his certificate and say a few words as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebman.
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Madam Deputy City Manager. When I would walk regularly at Donnie Fussell Park with Commissioner Lewis Gill, and every time, and I point out everything, whether it's a gum wrapper on the floor or a branch that needs trimming, Raul couldn't have been more accommodating and more professional, and later found out that he lived in the South Miami, which I just think is incredible. If one of our, we always refer to our staff as our team, as our team member, one of our team members wanted to live in the city. And then I found out he was friendly with Jay Miller. And Jay Miller is another passionate South Miami, and he's lived in 4 separate homes in the city. He's been the chair of our planning board and budget and finance committee. And then I find out Raul also is friendly with the husband of our vice mayor. And then going to find out that Raul is a Purple Heart. But where Raul really saved the day was one day I was walking around the park, and I can be a little too righteous sometimes, and a lady and her dog went to the bathroom. The dog went, not the lady, but the dog went to the bathroom in the middle of the path. And of course, I had to say something to the lady, and she said, well, I left the bag. It's not my fault because I left the doggy bags in the car, which didn't really sit well with me. And then I proceeded to explain, well, first, dogs aren't even allowed in the park, so Raul was nice enough to come over, and he couldn't handle that any more professionally. And he even went so far as to clean everything up, but he couldn't be more professional and thoughtful, and just a fantastic representative of South Miami. And that's why I nominated him, because every experience I've had with him has been nothing but pleasurable. But that said, we love all of our employees, and all of our employees are standout employees. I just happen to share these experiences with Raul, and for that reason, I nominated Raul.
Commissioner, thank you for your comments and the nomination. Mr. Director, do you want to add something?
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Deputy City Manager, and City Attorney, as well as the members in the audience. Going to share a few words just to add on to Commissioner Lehman's comments. Raul is an outstanding team member with excellent people skills. He manages conflicts effectively. I think Lehman just demonstrated that. He's very dependable and shows up to work ready to work. He has become an expert on tennis clay court maintenance, and he is very versatile, meaning that he can fulfill various roles for us. For example, working the front desk, answering phone calls or booking reservations, covering morning, evenings, or even weekend shifts due to staff call-outs, as well as handle the necessary maintenance duties that he does on a daily basis. But one of my favorite qualities about Raul is his natural leadership skills. When Ben is out, Ben is our tennis manager. When Ben is out, he steps up. Staff members look up to him and enjoy working with him. He's a high-character individual, and we are lucky to have him a part of our team. Raul, thank you for all that you do, and congratulations on being Employee of the Quarter. Come on up. This serves for you. Again, thank you for all that you do. We're happy to have you. And Commissioner Liebman made this recommendation, and the support of some of the directors throughout the city has voted you in. So congratulations. Like to say a few words?
Well,
I share this, guys, with my coworkers, the department. It's not just me, it is a team effort. I wouldn't be here without them, the leadership that I have, the department, the team, from everyone, to even the ones working the desk staff. We are one. That's how I see it. So, for that, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Raul, before you go, I just want to say thank you, congratulations. Sorry to be the voice of God here jumping in. And I'm sorry I missed the recognition of your prior service. We appreciate your service to our country as well. Thank you.
Let them go first.
Again, congratulations to Raul. Thanks for all your service again. Madam Clerk, I believe we have one other presentation this evening.
Yes, George Green proclamation and ASME presentation.
Great, thank you. Madam Manager, are we going to start with comments from ASME?
Mr. Randolph Brown is here on behalf of AFSCME to present a plaque to George Green's family.
Randy, the microphone's yours. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, Commissioners. Thank you all, Deputy City Manager. And to the family of George Green, his wife, Martha, his niece, Jennifer, his sister-in-law, I didn't get your name, sorry, Shirley, the friends, lifelong friends over here, this guy Gary and his wife. Appreciate you guys for coming. I just want to say a couple words, and I hate having my back to you. I'm going to turn around, maybe you can hear me. George Green worked for this city for 44 years. 44 years. He was a union member for 43 years. And after George retired, I inherited George to be my treasurer. After he retired, he continued to work for 13 years as the union's treasurer. And not only was he the union's treasurer, he was, we call him the cleanup man, where he would clean up trash down 72nd Avenue with his South Miami uniform on, after he retired for 13 years. So at this time, I just want to tell the family, thank you for lending us George for that many years. He was a force to be reckoned with. And Martha, and you've heard some of our battles over the years. I'm 6'2", 255 pounds. George was probably 5'1", 110, and he didn't back down from me for nothing. He was a very mild, humble guy, but he didn't back down. And so the union, the union as well as the city, we really appreciate you guys for lending us George. George was a good person. And I had this long speech, but I want to deviate from the speech, and I just want to share this with each and every person in this room right now. I don't know what's happened in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, in this country. But the minorities of this country want every single one of us to believe America's a bad place to live. America's a place of racists, bigots, chauvinists, sexists. It's a pothole country. We need to pack up and move out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know this already, I think it's strong up to myself to let you know this today. They are wrong. They're wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, let's don't let the minority dictate the majority of us. This is a great place to live. We have great people like George that rendered services to this city for 44 years, that went beyond the call. We are all as one. And it's a simple solution. And George had that solution. Love one another. Treat one another with respect. If we do these simple things, our country will continue to soar and be a great nation we know it to be. It's simple. Let's love each other. Let's love each other. So on behalf of ASME, Martha, as well as your family, we would like to present to you this plaque. And this is just a token of our appreciation. It says ASME, as well as the city of South Miami. Over 40 years of service. Martha, we thank you for lending us George. And it was a pleasure having him work under me all those years. We really thank you. Thank you.
And, thank you. And Mayor, you have a copy of the proclamation on your phone. Would you like to read the proclamation?
I would appreciate if you could read it, Commissioner.
Certainly.
If I could just say a couple words before I'll have you do that, sir. Martha, to the family, my apologies for not being there in person. I was blessed to be at George's memorial service with you a few weeks ago, and it was an absolute pleasure, notwithstanding the circumstances, to hear so many fantastic stories about the person that George was and the contributions he made to our city. It was, for me, a very rich experience. And to Randy, not only thank you for your comments this evening on behalf of the union, but thank you for being a fantastic representative for the city at that service as well. Your words there were equally on point and moving. And I think to the family, particularly fitting that Randy is the person presenting on behalf of the union to honor George this evening, given that he embodies that very same spirit of service. If you know Randy and how he carries out his work daily, always quick to provide a kind word, a smile. He's probably my son's favorite city employee. Since he was a small kid, Randy, who drives by in his truck every day, would always say hello and go out of the way to be extra kind to everyone he meets along the way. And I think that speaks to the spirit that George had in his service to the city. And you can see it carry forward. You can see his legacy carry forward every day in the spirit of our employees here in South Miami. So thank you to the family for sharing him with us. Again, I apologize I'm not there. And Commissioner Liebman, if you can do us the honor of reading the proclamation, I'd be most grateful.
Well,
Thank you, sir.
Not as well as you can, Mr. Mayor, but I will try. City of South Miami Proclamation of Remembrance for George G. Green. Your life was a blessing, your memory a treasure. Our grief of your loss is never ending. Yet we draw comfort from the knowledge that you have found safe refuge in the Lord and in our hearts. We bless you with love, light, and our gratitude. Whereas George G. Green passed from this life on June 24th, 2024, and George G. Green was employed with the City of South Miami for over 40 years, from June 27th, 1967 to September 30th, 2011. And George G. Green was a dedicated and valuable mechanical and electrical parts professional, and George G. Green was heavily involved with the American Freedom of State, County, and Municipal Employees Union. And George G. Green was an active member of his community and freely gave his time and energy independently. The family and acquaintances of George G. Green are deeply saddened at his departure, and all who are touched by his generous spirit and kindness. And now, therefore, pretend to be the mayor. I, Javier E. Fernandez, Mayor, along with my colleagues on the commission, Vice Mayor Lisa Bonich, Commissioners Josh Liebman, Brian Corey, and Steve Kaye, petition the Almighty to give the Green family, his friends, and all who knew him comfort and peace during this difficult time.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebman. The family will come forward. We'd be happy to present them with the proclamation of remembrance. Again, thank you, Commissioner Liebman, for reading it in the record.
Family, would you like to go up as well? Do you guys want to get in it? Okay. All right, guys, look this way. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Commission? I'm gonna do this phone first and then the camera. Look this way, guys. 1, 2, 3. All right, now one here. Thank you.
Martha, again, our deepest condolences and thanks to you and the family for George's many years of distinguished service to the city. Madam Clerk, I believe we have an add-on item for tonight's agenda.
Yes, we have one.
If you could read that into the record, please, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the naming of city property, specifically the gymnasium at the Gibson Bethel Community Center located at 5800 Southwest 66th Street, posthumously in honor of and after Commissioner Louis Gill.
I move the
Thank you,
item.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
Is there a second?
I second.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry.
So a motion by Commissioner Liebman and a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, can you please take a roll call to add the item on to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye.
Yes.
Item to add on passes 4-0.
Thank you. Commissioner Liebman, I'll take that after we finish the adoption of the minutes and the reports and public remarks, if that's okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
So,
Mayor.
Madam Clerk, not a problem. Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes of July 18, 2024?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Minutes pass 4-0.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, can we have your report, please?
I'll be presenting the report, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Manager. Please go ahead.
Field lights are now fully operational at South Miami Park. There are photos in the printed manager's report for everyone's reference. The after-school program at the community center, as well as the after-school tennis program, are both underway. Anybody who'd like information on those programs are encouraged to contact our Parks Department at parks@southmiamifl.gov. On the septic to sewer project, the contractor is scheduled to start construction of excavation and pipe installation on August 26th. The city went door to door, provided informational notices to the affected homes, and they're going to continue to provide notices to those homes via a dedicated newsletter. And the vice mayor wanted to make sure that I noted that FIU is hosting a constructions trade course that's going to be focusing on the electrical trade. That is a 16-week program that's beginning this month at South Miami Plaza, and anyone interested in that program is encouraged to reach out to ctrainer@fiu.edu, or contact the manager's office for more information. That's the end of the manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any questions of the manager, colleagues?
No, I just wanted to thank our Deputy City Manager for doing such a great job while our City Manager, Mr. Chip Iglesias, is away. She's always, couldn't be more polite and professional, and is doing a great job here.
Thank you. Madam Manager, I just wanted to thank staff for going the extra mile and leafleting all the homes in the affected area for the septic to sewer conversion project. I think that was well received and timely information. And my thanks to Mr. Carbonades for already resolving one conflict that has arisen here with mobilization. Again, the responsiveness is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, you're recognized for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no report this meeting.
Thank you. Love the brevity. Commissioner Lieben, if I can get your help with public remarks. Madam Clerk, is anyone signed up for public remarks?
Yes, he has the list.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor,
I'll turn over the meeting to you then, sir.
Thank you. And so everyone here and the mayor, you know that traditionally we start with in-person public comments, but I know we have a few people online that have to run quickly. So if it's okay with you, I'll recognize a couple people online. Now, John or Madam City Clerk, do I refer to you who to recognize online on Zoom?
Tell them to raise their hand.
Yes, just tell them to raise their virtual hand.
Okay. Mr. Bracken, will you raise your hand, please, so that way you can be recognized? Mr. Bracken is at Mayor Danielle Levine Cava's event.
He's unmuted.
Commissioner Lieben, if I could ask, are all these folks here on with respect to the add-on item?
I'm not sure, but we could ask those that are to raise their virtual hand.
Yeah, what I would suggest we do is let's just take regular public remark, and if there are comments related to the add-on item, I'd love to hear a testimony at that time when we're considering the item. Just to
Certainly.
keep it.
And with
Thank you,
your
sir.
permission, I'd like to just recognize two people, simply because one has a condo board meeting, and as I mentioned, Mr. Bracken is at Mayor Danielle Levine Cava's event, if that's okay with you.
Certainly in order. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll start with Mr. Bracken, and then number two would be Boris, and I'll give you Boris.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I hope you guys can hear me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Lieben, the commissioners. I just wanted to take a moment to give my wholehearted support for the recognition of Louis Gill. I've known him for really decades now. He was an incredible IT expert for Baptist Health South Florida, tremendous public service, great father and husband, and just a wonderful citizen for this great city of South Miami. And on behalf of myself, all of my neighbors, my colleagues, we applaud the opportunity to recognize Louis Gill. And thank you very much for giving this moment. I'm down at the mayor's hopefully victory party here in a few minutes, and she says hello to all of her citizens and constituents in South Miami. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bracken.
Thank you. And is Boris Foster, I can't see the list. Is Boris Foster online? If you'd raise your hand. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go to our,
You got 4 people with their hand raised.
yes. So, thank you. So we're going to move on to in-person public comments. I believe this is Felicia Henry McQueen? Okay. Talisa Henry McQueen, an even nicer name.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, as I do have an item here in the agenda, so.
Yes.
Which item is it?
I believe it's CA7, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
I wanna say it was item 8. But I'm
The
not
fee waiver
sure.
request for the wellness fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's CA7. I actually wanted to pull that item for discussion, so if we can let her come up and speak, Commissioner, at that time, probably would be most appropriate.
Certainly. What did he?
Let her speak when the item is called.
Okay.
So when the
Sorry,
item
Mrs. McQueen, we'll bring you up when we take up the item, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you, and thanks for keeping your comments brief. Okay, and next, we'd like to recognize Kevin Grace. So,
I'm here for item number 6, so I don't know if you want to do the same thing.
Did anyone intend to pull item 6 for discussion?
The art festival.
oh, this
This
is
is the Art
So Many
Festival.
Arts Festival.
Yes.
I'm going to pull item 6.
Okay, so Mr. Grace, if we can have you speak at that time, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And next is Gary Dola? Gary Dola, okay. Pat Cropper? And Mr. Ward? Your neighbor just spoke.
Before I start on what I was going to talk about tonight, I have to, you know how I feel about people being on Zoom. Well, you're forgiven, Mayor, because you're in the best place you can be right now. And I hope you enjoy as much as I would love to be there and recognize some of the best leaders this country has. Another thing, Mayor, you know how I criticized you and teased you and raised hell with you because of all that money you raised for your election and also the vice mayor. But you know, you're a rookie now. The people that are running for office right now, I couldn't believe it when I came up here to look up what was happening. One of the gentlemen, I think his name's Rodriguez, he's raised a little over $55,000. And that is in the area of where you all raised money in the last election. But when I read what this Guerra, I've never met either one of these people, but he's raised $122,475 as of July. The August report was submitted then, and the next one will be submitted in a couple of weeks, sometime in September. Who knows? He could run for a county office and still have money left over. And I know that when the last election was over, I made a statement with the way things have changed in this city as far as elections are concerned. It's going to be big money from now on. Poor old guy that wants to run but just can't afford it isn't going to get into it. The average citizen running in the past has been somewhere between 10 and 18,000. Mr. Calley had 18,000 in that last election, so he was nice and legal. But really, I hope that something can be done to bring the money back into reasonable amount. And I hope that we don't have to look at 60. By the way, one last comment and then I'll sit down. The gentleman raised $122,000. That was more money than the mayor, the vice mayor, and Mr. Calley together raised in the last election. So you see what we're talking about with money. It's getting to be absolutely ridiculous. Now, I know, Mayor, you're not going to have to do anything. I hope you're not going to raise $64,000 this time because you're going to be unopposed, and same way with old Corey up there. And then the old timer over there, he's going to have fun for the next few weeks.
It's a roast.
Mr. Ward, as always, thank you for your commentary. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. And next, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Walter Harris. And then we'll take Boris online. Or sorry, it's under Perseid Foster. It's on his wife's computer.
Hello,
Pardon me.
kids. Good to be back. Back in the day, I think the most I ever raised was $2,800. And I won 3 times, vice mayor a couple times. I was younger then, of course. But going on to the more important items. First of all, Louis Gill is a good friend of mine. And the fact that we're doing something to honor him is great. The only question that comes to mind is posthumously, he's alive. And anyway, anything that can be done to honor Louis Gill and Lysandra, I would encourage. I will share one brief story. We had the Mango Strut in December of about 10 years ago, whatever that was. And I was the commander of a ship called, we were creating the 51st state, Atlantis. And we wanted to separate from northern Florida. And Louis and Lysandra had recently gotten married and were on board. And Lysandra was 9 months pregnant and gave birth that night to Audrey, which is a pretty outrageous statement to make about the city. Anyway, I'm supporting whatever this is, except for the posthumously thing written on there. And one more thing, I do want to make my position clear that I am not thrilled to death about the potential of selling City Hall. I've never been for it. It's not a new item, but I don't mean to pick on you, Javier. And anyway, just want to go on the record.
Walter, I don't want to sell it either, sir.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's why we brought that ballot item last time in March,
okay.
so we could have the chance to lease it long-term, but
Anyway, it was a pleasure standing in front of here. You've got 31 items on the agenda. We started out about 14 years ago, 15 years ago, and we would have these long agendas. By the time we left, we never had anything. We had to be out of here by 10 o'clock. That was the rule. And we never had anything over 8. You guys have gone nuts.
good to see you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
I remember staying here to midnight, plenty of nights with Commissioner Harris. So is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak? Okay, and we'll recognize both at a later time when your item comes up. So now we'll go to Zoom, and I'd like to recognize Boris Foster, who's on his wife's computer under Perseid Foster. He should have his hand up.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay. You can unmute yourself now.
Okay. Mr. Foster, you can unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Josh. It's the figure out Zoom. First, I'd like to thank the City Commission of South Miami for bestowing this incredible honor on former Commissioner Louis Gill. The naming of the indoor basketball courts at Gibson Bethel Community Center has truly lifted the spirits of my best friend of 40 years. I want to extend a special thanks to Commissioner Josh Liebman, who served alongside Louis on the commission. Although I don't reside in South Miami for the past 18 years, Louis and I have spent countless hours running and walking through the streets of the city, preparing for our half marathons. We loved this so much that it became a weekly tradition for 18 years, not just part of our training routine. That is why I believe this honor is so fitting. It reflects not just his love for athletics, but also the perseverance and the dedication that Louis has always exemplified. We joke that Louis wasn't the fastest, but his endurance, his commitment, and his unwavering spirit are what truly makes him special. Now that this commission decision to name the basketball courts in his honor, Louis Gill's name will live on in the city of South Miami for many years to come. I couldn't be happier for Louis, and I know how much this means to him. Thank you, South Miami Mayor and Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. So now, following the mayor's advice, I would like to recognize anyone online that, or maybe should we ask that those online that would like to speak to any item, with the exception of the add-on recognizing Commissioner Gill, to raise your hand, and you'll be recognized by our city clerk. Is that how you'd like to proceed, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that's great way.
So now we'll take all comments from Zoom. If you're on Zoom to speak to any item, as Commissioner Harris mentioned, there's 31 items. So if you'd like to speak to any item other than the add-on item recognizing Commissioner Gill, please raise your hand.
Okay, I have iPhone 6. I need you to unmute yourself and state your
Okay.
name.
iPhone 6, if you'd please unmute yourself and state your name.
Me? Hey, hi, good evening, Michael Miller here. Greetings. And Louis was a father, a husband, a civic activist, and somebody that cared. When I would see Louis at Casa Cuba, inevitably he would wave and come over and talk with me and was so encouraging me when I started to lose weight. Michael, you can do it. You're looking really good. And what I realized is that Louis is an encourager, and he'd tap me on the back. It would make me feel really good. And I know that he has helped literally thousands of people to his commitment, not just to the city, but throughout his family and throughout the community. As you heard earlier, he worked at Baptist Health for years. And the wizardry that he knew and taking care of a lot of those computers really says his commitment to making a difference. And I hope that Godspeed to him and to his wife and to his daughter. And I hope that his family rests well. And that's it again for me, Michael Miller. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mayor and Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Miller. And next, we would like to recognize Jade Higgins. If you would unmute yourself, please. Jade Higgins, if you'd unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I was asked by James McCants to come speak on behalf of the scholarship I received. Is this the right time?
Yes, perfect time.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to speak a little bit about my experience in college and what the scholarship did for me and what I'm doing today. I went to Florida Gulf Coast University and graduated in 2019 with a degree in resort and hospitality with a concentration in event management. And I received the scholarship all 4 years from South Miami. And this was beneficial in my room and board, as well as like my books, and just helped me with like groceries and different things throughout the college process. Today I own a fresh pressed juice business. I'm a personal trainer in Miami, and I am hosting health and wellness events. I'm also on the board of a nonprofit called Keep Florida Clean, where we lead by example and host beach and park cleanups. So I'm super thankful to have received the scholarship and to be able to come back into my community and do all of these things and engage. And I'd love to definitely get something rolling with South Miami. I know a couple people to engage with, but now that I'm here, just saying that, you know, maybe a beach cleanup, or I also heard that there's a wellness pop-up proposal coming up. So I'll definitely stay tuned for the rest of the meeting, and thank you again.
And thank you. And I can give you a great testimonial to your juices. So I know your parents and your brother's also a collegiate athlete. So we're so pleased to hear about all your successes, which hopefully we helped start with the scholarship. And you've remained in South Miami. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. And next, I'd like to recognize Christina, I believe that's Betancourt. If you would unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sir. Hi. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Christina Betancourt, and yeah, I was just waiting for a good time to also jump in and just speak briefly about the Marshall Williams Scholarship. I'm a senior right now, actually. I'm at Southeastern University in Central Florida. And so I graduate in just a couple of months, and my degree is in pastoral ministry. And I just wanted to come on and say thank you to the board and everyone else involved. And overall, just a really great thank you to the city of Miami. I've lived there for 23 years in the city of South Miami, and just the scholarship has been invaluable to my education and has taken a lot of weight off of my education, because I do go to a private university. So you guys know how that goes. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you because it really has made a difference. and has helped alleviate stress with my finances. And I'm just really thankful to be receiving that. And I'm excited to graduate and come back home. And so thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online that would like to speak to any item other than the add-on item recognizing Commissioner Lewis Gill? If so, please.
I have two raised hands.
Right. Romy is, I believe she has a time commitment, but she is here to speak to the Commissioner Gill item.
Okay, I have.
We can recognize. Okay, do you have others?
Yes, sir. I have someone else.
Okay,
Danielle
sorry, I don't see. Okay.
Danielle Bentoncourt.
We just recognized her.
No, that was Christina.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I would like to recognize Danielle Betancourt. If you would please unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. How are you guys today? My name is Danielle Betancourt. I'm also a recipient of the Marshall Williamson Scholarship, and I wanted to say thank you. I'm currently studying in my final year at University of Florida with literature and linguistics, and I received the award for a few years now, and it's been very helpful every year, completing my studies and helping me to be able to take the classes that I need to understand my material. I'm really grateful for the opportunities it's presented, and I will be coming back to Miami soon, hopefully being able to continue my studies and my aspirations that I've gone through college. So it's been very helpful for me.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, and next I would like to recognize Royme. If you would please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebman. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Commission. It is my honor to join you today and in appreciation for the recognition that you have approved to name a city property after Lewis Hill. I have had the honor of knowing Hill professionally as well as personally for many years. As a colleague at Baptist Health, he was a top-notch IT professional and someone who cared deeply about the mechanisms that provide excellent health care for all patients in that particular institution. As a friend, I consider him more like a bonus brother, as well as his family. A lot of great things have been said about him, but one that I want to be sure everyone understands is way before, many, many decades before Lewis Hill became a city commissioner for the city of South Miami, he was a public servant. From his days in high school, he had a passion for community service, and through his time in the city of South Miami, his dedication has been very palpable. So on behalf of his family and all his loved ones and friends, this is a great recognition for years to come. So thank you very much for recognizing Lewis.
And thank you, Royme. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Next, I would like to recognize Esther. Is that Esthercita? If you would please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good. Good evening. I'm Esther Gill. I'm Lewis Gill's sister. This will be very quick. It's a pleasure to be joining you this evening while South Miami honors my brother, former Commissioner Gill. I just want you to know that my brother is one of the finest men I know, and that he and our entire Gill family are so very thrilled that South Miami is choosing to recognize him for his service to the city. So to those that have made this possible, the commissioners, Josh especially, the city manager and the mayor, I offer you our heartfelt appreciation. Thank you and bless you all.
Thank you, and thank you, Esther. If anyone else would like to speak, I know Commissioner Gill's online, and we'll recognize you last. If anyone else would like to speak that is online, please raise your virtual hand, and our wonderful city clerk, Nikki, will recognize you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If you would, that's online, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, then let's, if Commissioner Gill is out there, received a text, Madam City Clerk, would you recognize, I don't see it on my computer, but either Commissioner Gill or, sorry, Lewis Gill or Lysandra Gill?
Commissioner, why don't we do this? I think we need to close public remarks.
Okay.
And then let's call up that item right away. if We
Okay.
can. So Madam Clerk, no one else, I believe is requesting to speak on public remarks, so we will consider public remarks closed. And Commissioner Liebman, why don't you introduce the item? Then I'd ask that we, if you'd like to move it, and have a second, and then I think recognize Commissioner Gill to speak and then vote the item out to close.
Okay.
Sound like a good way to proceed, sir?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Liebman, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Commission and everyone in attendance this, pardon me? Sorry, this evening, pardon me. I wrote a tribute, pardon me, 1 minute. Okay, I wrote a tribute to Lewis Commissioner, wrote a tribute to Commissioner Louis Joseph Gill. Louis Joseph Gill honorably served as City of South Miami Commissioner from February 2018 to November 2022. After 91 years, city was founded in 1927. So after 91 years, Lewis's election marked our last special election. So here's a quote for you. Elections that followed Lewis's victory were no longer special. Lewis received 40% more votes than the next closest finisher in a five-way race. Only a fraction of a percent ever served in public office. Lewis was born in Miami, and it all started for Lewis when his father would rustle through the Miami Herald, we all remember that, and dig out the sports section. And Lewis immediately would pounce on the business section. You see, Lewis had always looked out for the little guy, and Lewis, being 6'3" today, was still very tall at that age, and Lewis used to always pick the smallest guy in the neighborhood to be on his basketball team. And in turn, his new friend and his new friend's father taught Lewis how to pick as well. But it was a much more valuable picking skill. They taught Lewis about the stock market, and Lewis was fascinated. Those of you, many of you, I don't know if anyone knows this, but Lewis is South Miami's Warren Buffett. Seriously. I've an MBA in finance, worked 4 years in retail brokerage and with a hedge fund, and I've never met a brighter or better investor. Lewis went on to play high school basketball for LaSalle. Less than 0.25% ever play a sport in high school. Nothing opens and broadens your mind more than traveling, and Lewis traveled the world. And when he did, he always took the native approach. Lewis and his family visited me and our sister city in Colombia, and prior to that, Lewis traveled to Singapore, Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Argentina and Chile numerous times, Mexico, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nepal, and more. I say this because though a true fiscal conservative, which I always appreciate in the dais, Lewis is one of the most open-minded people I know and a tremendous proponent of equality and the path to middle class and opportunity. Those are Lewis's loves. South Miami, politics, well, let me rephrase that. South Miami, politics, sports, the stock market, and travel. But there's no greater love than the love Lewis has for his family, his wife, his sister, and special love for his daughter. I think that it's only fitting that we name the gymnasium where Lewis's daughter plays volleyball on a court much like the one Lewis played basketball on in high school, and just below the gym where Lewis worked out with our city attorney, with our finance director, with Commissioner Harris, you heard earlier, with Commissioner Kaye. And it's with that I asked the commission to call the gymnasium by its proper name, Commissioner Louis J. Gill Gymnasium. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone who spoke this evening, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Liebman, unless you want to move the item, I'd like to move the adoption of the add-on resolution and ask that the clerk read it for the record.
Okay, second. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the naming of the city property, specifically the gymnasium at the Gibson Bethel Community Center, located at 5800 Southwest 66th Street, Los Angeles, in honor of and after Commissioner Louis J. Gill.
Commissioner Corey, Commissioner Kaya, would you like to say anything before we vote?
Yes, I would just like to say I served with Commissioner Gill, and I know him to be an incredible father and a great commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kaya?
Commissioner Gill had 4 years here in commission, and he served his community very well. So I thank him wholeheartedly for what he's done for the city. So I wish him nothing but good luck, and we'll see you soon.
I'd just like to say it was an honor to know Commissioner Gill, get to know him while serving the state legislature and during his frequent trips to Tallahassee. Remember one trip where we actually arrived on the same flight. We got to ride into the Capitol and shared a nice conversation on the ride in before he made the rounds to passionately advocate for our little city. We are indebted to him for his service, but not only for that, but for the example as a father and a man. If you know Louis for a minute, you know that he's a person of tremendous integrity, a big heart, and certainly a loving husband and a doting father. And we are indebted to him for that example as well. So certainly it's our honor to recognize him for his service in this way. I only wish we were doing it immediately, but for procedural reasons, we're not. And Commissioner, and to your family, we wish you all the best during what we know is a difficult time. And we know there'll be much brighter days ahead for you and your family, God willing. And again, thank you.
And thank you, Mayor. May we, sorry.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
May we recognize before we vote Commissioner Gill, who has his hand raised?
Sure, happy to do that. Commissioner, Madam Clerk, if you can unmute Commissioner Gill and let's recognize him. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to thank City of South Miami for this incredible. I'm overwhelmed. But and Boris, Royme, Josh, my sister Esther. But the one I really want to focus on is the heart and soul of my family, which is my wife, Lysandra. She has been incredible. She's my rock. And I am such a fortunate guy to have her and all this support, all this support. So God bless you all. Thank you very, very, very much. And hopefully, we'll see each other soon.
Godspeed.
And I have a
Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Oh, wait, before I call the roll, I have a note from Vice Mayor Bonish. She says, I am away, but I didn't want to let this moment pass and not show support for naming the gymnasium after our former Commissioner Louis Gill. Louis has served our city proudly and without reservation. He and his family share their time, talent, and treasure with the city selfishly. I believe that naming the gym in his honor will be a great way to show the appreciation that we, as a city, have for Louis. He's a good man, a great friend, an attentive partner, and doting father. Thank you, Louis, for everything you have done for us. Lisa.
Thank you for reading those remarks in the record, Madam Clerk. With that, if you can call the roll, please.
Okay, yes. Commissioner Kaye.
I'm going to say yes, but I just wanted to state that one of the things I would love to have done is really discussing different ways and talking about how to go about doing this. It's really difficult to do this publicly like this, but you got my vote.
Commissioner Corey.
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman.
Yes.
Mayor
Thank you.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner, we have a very lengthy consent agenda before us today. Are there any items? I'd like to request that we defer CA4. If there's no objection to discuss that on September 3rd at our budget hearing. I'd just like to have a chance to speak to the manager and staff about the sequencing of that item. I'd also like to pull for discussion item 7 and 17. And I believe Commissioner Lieben, you mentioned before you'd like to pull item 6. Colleagues, are there any other items we'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
Can you repeat the ones that we're pulling, Mayor?
I'm suggesting we defer item 4 and that we pull 6, 7, and 17 for discussion. In terms of what the items are, 6, I believe, is a request by Commissioner Lieben to discuss funding for the South Miami Arts Festival and the fee waiver request by the Rotary Club. Item 7 is a fee waiver request for a wellness fair to be held later this year in the city. Item 17 is the proposed health plan award, and item 4 is request to defer the purchase and installation of new lights at Palmer Park. Are there any other items we'd like to pull for discussion?
No.
Okay, then can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 4, 6, 7, and 17?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Should I read
Okay,
the
so we have a
item?
motion by Commissioner Kaye and a second by Commissioner Liebman. And Madam Clerk, do you need to read all those items into the record?
Yes,
You need a glass of water?
I have it.
We will stand in recess unofficially for about 10 minutes. But Madam Clerk, if you can go and read again items 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then items 18, I believe, through, is it 22?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Item 1, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the appointment of Andrew Bello Arias to the Pension Board of Trustees. Item 2, a resolution selecting and awarding an agreement to Tropic Landscaping and Lawn Maintenance for landscaping services for the Calusia Hedge Project at South Miami Park pursuant to invitation to bid number PR 2024-10, in amount not to exceed $50,000, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and to enter into an agreement for the project. Item 3, a resolution approving a proposal and project agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. to provide an assessment and report of the HVAC system and other professional services at the Gibson Bethel Community Center in amount of $21,590. Item 5, a resolution a resolution ratifying the emergency purchase and installation of 2 new pumps for the splash pad at Murray Park Aquatic Center from Commercial Energy Specialists in the amount of $10,856.09. Item 8, a resolution approving the purchase of officiating service from South Florida Football Officials Association for the South Miami Grey Ghost football program in amount not to exceed $17,000, authorizing the city manager to enter into a purchase order for such services. Item 9, a resolution relating to the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, authorizing a budget transfer of $30,000 from multiple line items within the tennis division budget to account number 001-2010-572-3450 contractual services to fund additional compensation for contracted tennis pros. Item 10, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for the police department of a 2024 John Deere Gator S4 vehicle from Everglades Equipment Group pursuant to Sourcewell contract number 031121-DAC in amount of $18,848.15, and an emergency equipment and installation services from Dana Supply pursuant to City of Miami contract number 131138626 in the amount of $2,063 for a total expenditure amount of $20,911.15. Item 11, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase of 3 Skydio drones and related equipment from Exxon Enterprise, Inc. for the police department in an amount not to exceed $75,000. using the terms and conditions of the competitive bid source rail contract number 101223-AXN. Item 12, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for the police department of 2 Harley-Davidson motorcycles from TMCAA Inc., DBA Alligator Alley Harley-Davidson pursuant to Florida Sheriff's Association contract number FSA 23-VEL31, each in amount of $29,344.44 for a total expenditure amount of $58,688.94. Item 13, a resolution of the authorizing the purchase of less lethal equipment from Lawman's and Shooter Supply in amount of $20,509.54, and ancillary storage equipment from Applied Tactical Technologies in amount of $1,886.53 from the Police Department for the total amount not to exceed $22,396.07, authorizing the budget line item transfers from fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, authorizing the expenditure of funds. Item 14, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for the Police Department of 4 2024 Ford F-150 vehicles from Duval Ford pursuant to Bradford County Sheriff's Office contract number BCS 02019-01 an amount of $230,878.28. Emergency equipment and installation services from Dana Safety Supply pursuant to City of Miami contract number 130138626 in amount of $63,027. And decals and installation services from Graphic Designs International LLC pursuant to City of Miami contract number 752-38324 in amount of $2,870 for a total expenditure amount of $296,775.28. Item 15, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for the Police Department of a 2025 Ford Explorer vehicle from Duval Ford pursuant to Bradford County Sheriff's Office contract number BC SO22-27-1.0 in amount of $59,529.05, and vehicle emergency equipment and installation services from Dana Safety Supply pursuant to City of Miami contract number 130138626 an amount of $5,647.90 for a total expenditure amount of $65,176.95. Item 16, a resolution authorizing the city manager to engage Public Works Management of Florida for property and casualty and liability insurance services for fiscal year 2024-2025 in amount not to exceed $724,731. Item 18, a resolution authorizing city manager to engage Cigna Healthcare for the purchase of dental insurance coverage for eligible employees and participating retirees for fiscal year 2024-2025 in approximate premium amount of $18,490. Item 19, a resolution authorizing the city manager to renew life, accidental death, and dismemberment and long-term disability insurance with Mutual of Omaha for eligible employees for fiscal year 24-25 in approximate premium amount of $44,242. Item 20, a resolution approving a proposal and project agreement with Stantec Consulting Services to revise and update the Sunset Drive modification landscape design drawings dated December 11, 2019, related to landscape improvements to the Sunset Drive median from Southwest 62nd Avenue to Southwest 69th Avenue in amount not to exceed $18,075. Item 21, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for Public Works Department a pickup truck from Duval Ford pursuant to Bradford County Sheriff's Office contract number 22-27-1.0 in amount of $43,894, declaring the existing pickup truck as surplus property. Item 22, a resolution approving and authorizing the purchase for the Public Works Department of a 2024 John Deere Gator S4 vehicle from Everglades Equipment Group pursuant to Sourcewell contract number 031121-DAC in amount of $848.15.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That was a mouthful. If I can, again, I believe we have a motion and a second on all those items, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
I don't have one.
I'll move the motion again.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Kaya and a second by Commissioner Corey, again, for all of the consent agenda items to be adopted with the exception of items 6, 7, 17, and 4. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
consent agenda passed 4-0.
Okay, colleagues, just so we can try to move things as efficiently as possible and be respectful of folks that are here in the audience, I wanted to ask, are there any questions regarding items 23, 24, 26, and 29 on tonight's agenda?
No.
Any questions or comments that we'd like to make regarding those 4 items? Item 23 is the adoption of the recommendations of the Marshall Williamson Committee for the award of scholarships totaling $10,500. Item 24 is the waiver for the public space, art and public spaces requirement and accepting a cash contribution from the developers of Somi Park. Item 26 is the acquisition of a police vehicle from Palmetto Ford. And item 29 is a resolution basically approving the interlocal agreement between South Miami and the county for the placement of legal advertisement on the county-sponsored website. Are there any questions or comments regarding those items?
No.
If not, I'd like to entertain a motion on item 23, please.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? We have a motion by Commissioner Kai, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on Resolution 23 after you read it into the record.
Yes. A resolution approving the award of Marshall Williamson Scholarship to 9 recipients in an aggregate amount of $10,500.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yeah, I just wanted to say a quick comment as well. I think that this is a great thing that the city does, and we've been saying it for a while that we want to increase it and improve it as much as we can. So let's just put our heads together to see how we can do so. But yes on this item.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman, Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
item passes 4-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can read Resolution 24 for the record, please.
Yes, a resolution granting a partial waiver of the art in public places contribution pursuant to section 7-17 art in public places of the Code of Ordinances for the residences at Somi Park project located at 5961 Southwest 68th Street, South Miami, Florida, ratifying the city manager's acceptance of a trust fund contribution in the amount of $21,955.
Okay, is there a motion on this item?
I move the item.
I'll second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Because we have a motion by Commissioner Liebman and a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
item passes 4-0.
If you could read item 26 into the record, Madam Clerk, please.
Item 26, a resolution approving and authorizing purchase for the Public Works Department of a garbage truck from Backride FT LLC DBA Palmetto Ford of Miami pursuant to Florida Sheriff's Association contract FSA 23-VEH21-0 in the amount of $443,536.20, declaring the existing garbage truck as surplus property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion on this item, colleagues?
I move the item.
Second?
Is there a second? Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Corey and a second by Commissioner Liebman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Commissioner
Excuse me
Corey?
for one. I'm sorry. Is this a public hearing item, Madam Clerk?
No, not this.
29? No?
No, 20.
I'm sorry, we're on 20. My apologies, we're on 26.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, please call the roll.
Okay, Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
item passes 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you can read item 29 into the record, please.
29, a a resolution approving a multi-year interlocal agreement with the Miami-Dade County relating to the publication of legal advertisement and public notices on the Miami-Dade County's public accessible website.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the benefit of the public, if you could kind of explain what this item is?
Yes, the cities, we use Miami Herald for our legal advertisement, and they're kind of expensive. So we have, the Miami-Dade County has established a website for all municipalities to use the website to advertise our public hearing items at a cheaper cost, and it's legal. So,
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. City Attorney, is anything you'd like to add on that item?
Simply that it's authorized by Florida statute, and this is just implementing the Florida statute.
Right. Thank you for that, sir. This is a public hearing item. If there's any member of the public in the chambers or online who'd like to address this commission on item 29, again, which is the adoption of an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County, which will allow us to publish legal notices at a substantial savings on a county-sponsored website. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in the audience?
no. And anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. No.
Seeing no one in the audience and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues, is there a motion on this item?
I move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Lieben, a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 29.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Okay. With respect to item 4, I'd like to move to defer item 4 from the consent agenda for consideration to our meeting on September 3rd. Is there a second?
Second, may I ask a question? Sorry, before.
By all means, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask the deputy city manager or city attorney, because this is ARPA funding, so there's some urgency. Are we still going to fall in that window if we defer it for a couple weeks?
We're able to defer to the first meeting in September because we don't have to encumber the funds till the end of this year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lieben. Same question I'd asked of staff when I suggested the deferral, so we're on the
Sorry.
same page. No, it's okay. It's a good question. Any further questions, colleagues? Okay, seeing no further questions, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on the deferral to September 3rd.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman.
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Items for 4-0.
Madam Clerk, if you can verify for me, I have items 25, 6, 7, 27, 30, 28, and 17 still left without
Six.
adoption.
6.
Sorry?
6, 7.
Okay, so let me go in numerical order. 6, 7, 17, 25, 27, 28, and 30. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we need to take action on any of the M items
And
on
31.
tonight's
Sorry, and
agenda?
31.
Oh, and 31.
And 31.
Oh, 31.
What is
yes.
31? I'm sorry, I missed that item.
Yes, we need to take action on the boards and committees. We need a vote on these two.
Okay, can we get a motion, Madam Clerk, if you can read M1 and M2 in the record, and then I entertain a motion on both items, please.
Yes. M1, extending the term limits and acknowledging Commissioner Brian Corey's reappointment of Thomas Kolsky to serve on the Board of Trustees Police Officers Retirement Trust Fund for an additional 2-year term ending August 2026.
Commissioner Corey, this is your motion. These are your appointments.
Yes, I move the item.
Okay, second.
We have a motion and a second by, motion by Commissioner Corey and a second by Commissioner Liebman. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on M1, please.
Yes. Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item passes 4-0. M2.
thank you. Commissioner Kaye, I believe item 31 is your item.
Well, let me move.
Colleagues, are there any questions on that item?
Wait, I have M2. Let me do it, M2.
Oh, M2, my apologies.
Yes,
Go ahead.
extending the term limits and acknowledging Commissioner Brian Corey's reappointment of Helene Valentine to serve on the Green Task Force for an addition to your term ending August 20th, 2026.
I move this item.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Corey and a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on M2, please.
Yes, Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I know the Vice President is waiting to meet with you, But I did announce when you were offline before where you were, so, yes, sorry. But maybe you could share something else with the audience, because we have you to thank. Our charter item passed, so maybe you want to explain that, and maybe you want to congratulate your good friend, the re-elected mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Liebman, with your permission, I'll take that up at the end.
Okay.
Let's get through our business if you don't mind, and we'll acknowledge again some of our colleagues and our own successes here to close on a happy note, if that's okay. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, so I think, Madam Clerk, I have items 6, 7, 17, 25, 27, 28, and 30 remaining on the agenda. Is that correct?
And 31.
And 31. Commissioner Guy, I believe item 31 is yours, sir. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think it's the second reading.
Yes. So given, are there any questions regarding that item from other members of the commission? If not, I'd like to have the clerk read that item into the record for a second time. We'll open up the public hearing briefly and hopefully adopt it on second reading. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
No.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you read item 31 in the record?
Yes, an ordinance amending section 2-226.7, unique abilities board of the City Code of Ordinances to revise the qualification requirements for board members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion on, sorry, this is a public hearing item. My apologies. If any member of the public would like to come forward in the chamber and speak to item 31 on tonight's agenda regarding the Unique Abilities Board, please do so at this time. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in the chamber?
No, anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing none.
Seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Is there a motion on item 31? Commissioner Guy, would you like to move item 31?
Yeah, I'll move it. Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? We have a motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Commissioner Liebman. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Thank you. Colleagues, with your indulgence, I'm going to suggest the following order for the remaining items. I'd like to take up item 25 in deference to my former boss and Mayor Diaz, I believe, is in the audience. So I'm briefly there on screen. And then I'd like to take up items 6, 7, and then proceed to items 27, 30, 28, and 17 to close out our discussion before we get to our personal remarks. Any objection or any items you'd like to advance in that order?
Mayor, I'll just say, because we're tag teaming, I'm convinced that you're mixing up the puzzle pieces just to throw me off, but certainly.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could read for the record item 25, please.
It's item 25, a resolution approving a master utility service agreement, general terms and conditions with Sustainability Partners LLC for the design, construction, maintenance, and/or funding of potential utility and infrastructure projects in the city.
Thank you. Colleagues, you'll recall that we had a presentation more than a few months ago about this alternative vehicle for financing possible infrastructure improvements in the form of an operating utility payment. I believe I'll turn it over to the city attorney and deputy manager, but we collectively, members of the commission, I believe, beyond myself and the city attorney and manager, have had a number of conversations with the team at Sustainability Partners about this first agreement, which would begin to allow us to consider or at least analyze the financial model associated with this kind of a financing structure. I believe at this point in time, both our administrative team and our city attorney have confirmed that it exposes us to no liabilities, would just allow us to start that conversation with this potential vendor and explore how they might be able to finance some immediate capital needs for us, and understand the economics that would underlie such an arrangement before we would consider authorizing anything further. Mr. City Attorney, Madam Manager, is there anything you'd like to add by way of elaboration on our work that's been done in reviewing this agreement to date?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just reiterate, with your indulgence, that the master agreement before you this evening does not create any obligations on the city's part by itself. It would require what's called a service addendum. And in that service addendum, that's where the actual contract terms would be discussed in terms of the specifics about costs, term, like in terms of time, and other particulars with any specific asset. So, such as a bridge or a culvert or any type of other infrastructure. So you would see that before the city entered into it. This is a master agreement to allow kind of the framework for that to occur. And before any additional agreement is entered into, it would come before this commission. So this is just the framework. You would see everything else coming back to you for each specific asset.
And Mr. City Attorney, if I can elaborate a little bit further, colleagues, you'll recall that this master agreement would serve as a baseline document for any number of projects. We would not execute individual master agreements for, if we had multiple improvements we wanted to pursue, we would have, as a city attorney, reference an addendum that would govern each one of those individual projects. And Mr. City Attorney, if you can confirm again for the benefit of the board, that our liabilities would only commence upon the issuance or approval of a notice to proceed. So even with the adoption of a service addendum, we're not liable for any costs incurred by sustainability partners in scoping or outlining the proposed improvement, correct?
Once a service addendum is entered into, only to the extent that costs are incurred by sustainability partners, we would be liable
In terms
for
of
those
design
costs.
fees or other
Correct.
or other preliminary work. Okay.
Right.
Colleagues, do you have any questions of staff that you'd like to ask, or I can invite up a representative from Sustainability Partners to address any questions or provide a brief presentation? What's your preference?
I think, Mayor, that last time they were here and we went into long discussions about it, so I think we're okay. At least I am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commissioner Kaye. I concur.
Yeah, I'm just excited. I'm just eager to get to the numbers analysis so we can understand whether there's something we can actually utilize here. So
Agreed.
this is the first step in that process,
Agreed.
colleagues. With that, is there a motion on the item?
Actually, Mayor, before we close, if you could indulge
Yes,
me
sir.
for 1 minute, it's related but not related. As to a few minutes earlier for a couple recognitions, I'd like to recognize former City of Miami Mayor, Mr. Mayor Manny Diaz. Thank you for joining us this evening, especially in our chambers. And then I just want to have a lot of personal things to say tonight, but I really sincerely want to thank you for everything you did for the greater Miami-Dade area and also in our mayor's political refining school. He credits you, I want you to know, all the time, publicly and privately. He gives you credit for all his successes. What may not be a success, I get credit for that. I obviously didn't go to the same political refining school. But in all seriousness, we're so appreciative for everything you taught to our mayor, who's brought that to South Miami. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lehman, for that. I'd give my friend the floor, but he'll say too many things to embarrass me. So I'll just simply ask for a motion on this item, if there is one.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 25, please.
Yes. Excuse me. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Thank you all for your support of that item. I'd like to take up item 6, please, if we can. Madam Clerk, if you can read that one into the record.
Yes. Item 6, a resolution authorizing a waiver of event-related fees in amount of $19,450 and costs pursuant to Section 15B-6 of the City Code and for a special event known as Somi Art Festival presented by Rotary Foundation of South Miami to be held on Saturday, February 22nd and Sunday, February 23rd, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, would you like a quick overview of the item from staff, or do you want to jump into questions?
I'm sorry, Mayor, we can hear from the Rotary Club or staff, or I can share my only concern, and if we cover that whether or not we cover that objection, we could vote the item forward.
why don't we invite Mr. Kevin Grice to come up and present the request on behalf of the Rotary Club, since I know he's in the audience. Kevin, if you could come forward and quickly share your perspectives on last year's event, some successes, and this year's request. And we'll then entertain Commissioner Liebman's questions or any other questions that my colleagues have on the commission. Thank you, sir.
Great. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for your support last year with this same request. For the year, I think that, one of the things that we looked at doing last year was rebranding so that we were tying into the city of South Miami even more by renaming the art festival to the SOMI Art Fest. We also used the savings that we had based on this donation to increase the musical entertainment that we had over the weekend to 20 acts that all came from the local area. And we added a second stage and continued the evening festivities. That resulted in, I think, what we would call a great success of the art festival this year. Almost took us a little bit by surprise how successful it was. We've always had success every year, estimating the crowd to be about 20,000 people every year. This year, I would say that was probably closer to the 30,000 range. There were times people could not walk down the streets. There were so many people. And I think that was reflective also in the restaurants and the retail space along South Miami. We take surveys of our guests, random surveys of our patrons. And just to share with you all, one of the questions is, how often do you visit South Miami? And 67% of the respondents said somewhat, often, or often. And then we ask them, due to your visit at the art festival, how often are you, or how likely are you to return? That number turned from 67% to 92%. So hopefully attracting this type of a crowd is bringing great business into the restaurants and the businesses of South Miami. Additionally, we were able this year to give a second $2,500 scholarship to a student from South Miami High School. Our goal is to add one every year until we're at 4, at totaling $10,000 a year. We also gave out an additional $5,000 to local arts and youth organizations who work with individuals from South Miami. I also want to make sure that we thank the members of the police department and the members of the Department of Public Works who work tirelessly side by side with our volunteers to make sure that the weekend goes off without a hitch. And I think this is a clear example of government and private industry working together to improve the conditions and the systems that are in place in the city of South Miami. One of the things that we're looking at doing this year, we've actually approved it and we'll be implementing it, is we'll be reaching out to the restaurants in South Miami, offering them a discount if they want to be one of our vendors, and they will also have preferential treatment in being chosen if they enter and do a commitment before we open it up to the vendors that we have every year, thus increasing the visibility of the restaurants during the festival. Any questions?
Thank you, Kevin, for that quick summary. Colleagues, staff, if you could just restate what the request is so that we're clear for the record, and then Commissioner Liebman, I'll entertain your questions or any other questions that any of you have.
Yes, Mayor, the total fees are $30,675. There's a waiver request for $19,450, which includes 50% of the direct fees of PD and Public Works.
Thank you, colleagues. Questions for staff or the event sponsor?
Yes.
You're recognized,
Thank you,
sir.
Sorry, I'm referred to our Deputy City Manager. So I'm sorry that the total fees are $30,675, asking for waivers of $19,000. Is that correct? And what is the police total?
Police total is $15,730.
Okay. So yeah, here's my compromise. I'm just going to say this as quickly as I can. It's never, right? Thai soccer and pro pickleball. It's pro budget. You and I had a little disagreement potentially over the parking, when I agreed to the parking when it was 11 or 17,000, but not 50. I was an anti-parking study, just pro-budget and sticking to what was proposed. When I know we have a new commission and the commission wants to attract events, all of which I applaud, both the new commission and doing a better job of attracting events and quality events. But what I said when this commission considered waiving police for the first time, I said we've never done it before. Police represent a third of our budget. It's not a good practice. And I said that it could create a precedent. Commissioner argued otherwise, but now this one we see in front of us again for the second time. So I'm in favor of waiving 100% of all expenses, but I'm never in favor of waiving police. It's a significant expense to the city, and we value and appreciate the police, and we've had this conversation before about people valuing what they pay for. So I'm in favor of waiving half of the monies, everything except for the $15,000 for police. I'm not anti-art show. I just don't believe in that practice. So if, and I don't think the city's necessarily, I know we're talking about $4,000 here. I just don't think it's a healthy practice, because when we start doing this again, it's a third of the city's budget. You can see it's 50% of these expenses here. The commission would like to vote it forward as it stands. I'm fine with that, but I can only support it if we do not waive the police, which is the way I've consistently been with events. So, thank you.
Appreciate your comments, Commissioner.
And sorry,
colleagues,
and
any other
thank
comments or
you.
questions?
Yeah, sorry, and I love South Miami Rotary Club, love the art show, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Mayor, sorry.
Problem. Commissioner Kaye, Commissioner Corey, any questions or comments?
Well, I mean, to follow Commissioner Liebman's sentiments, is that something that the Rotary might be able to kind of wiggle back into that avenue? Is that something that the Rotary Club would be feasible in doing?
We can do anything. It just means then we have to make other adjustments, which will mean lowering the number of probably musical acts, probably going back to one stage, because that money has to come from somewhere. And we're out there raising all of the money to do it.
There's no revenue besides the vendors. That's the amount of revenue that comes into this event, correct?
That is correct.
What is the current revenue per table or tent? How is it you guys are charging that real quick?
For the artist or for food vendors, because they're a little bit different. So
If you can explain.
$750
For the art vendors?
for the vendors. Yes.
Roughly the same? Art and restaurants?
Yes.
I'll come back
Yeah.
to you.
Our entire budget is about $120,000.
Okay.
And again, if I can just ask this question of the sponsor, that entire budget does not include any cost for staff to produce the event, correct?
Correct, because we're all volunteers.
Volunteers.
So commissioners, the reason I'm supportive, or the reason I'm sponsoring this item, is for that reason, right? If we were looking at curating an event of the scale, or typically had a third party, you would see those costs layered in. And so for my mind, and again, I respect Commissioner Liebman's opinion. I think, with any decision we make, we set precedent. We have an application to follow that we'll discuss shortly that's making a similar request. And my concerns about that are born of this particular item. But this is one of the city's signature events annually. And I think given the level of investment on the part of Rotary annually in producing it, countless volunteer hours, coordinating with our staff, soliciting the participation of vendors, trying to promote our local businesses, I think it's an investment that's well worth it. And I think it's an important show of solidarity with Rotary, who is bringing a substantial number of people to our town center, and something I think obviously we all want to encourage more of. So that's the reason for my supporting the request. I understand the concern of Commissioner Liebman and respect it, but I think in this case, given their track record, their commitment to the city, it's a longstanding relationship. My goal here was to invest alongside Rotary to see the event grow. And what you've seen is for every dollar that we have relieved in terms of burden, they've reinvested it in producing further elements or adding further elements to the event, which I think makes it more attractive.
Agreed.
Yes,
Mayor?
Commissioner Liebman, you're
Thank
recognized
you.
for follow-up.
Yes, you had me at solidarity, so I voted yes 12 times. I can't end on a no vote, so, okay, we'll call the item.
Is there a motion then?
I move the item.
Second.
Thank you. A motion from Commissioner Liebman, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye.
Yeah.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item passes 4-0.
thank you. If we can take up item 7, please. If you could read that into the record, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 7, a resolution authorizing the waiver of all event-related fees in amount of $2,691.95 and costs pursuant to Section 15B-6 of the City Code for a special event known as the 2024 Back to School Wellness Fair presented by the Splashy Hendrix Book Club Corporation LLC and the Right Fit Education and Consulting Services LLC to be held on Sunday, August 25th, 2024 at Murray Park in the Gibson Bethel Community Center.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I know we have the event sponsor at the podium. Madam, if you can give us your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Talisa McQueen. My address is 11105 Southwest 161 Terrace, Miami, Florida 33157.
Thank you. And while you're there, if you'd like to explain a little bit about the event, the nonprofit sponsor, I know you sent a clarification email. They can respond to some questions I had of staff. I think it'd be good information for my colleagues to hear as well, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so in the response, I clarified that number one, the Splashy Hendrix Book Club is a non-profit entity, and it was started by my son, who is currently a junior at the University of Pittsburgh, in the name of his brother, who was unfortunately gunned down, gun violence, and died as a result. So, as an athlete and as a superior student, he thought that he would want to honor his brother by starting the book club. All of my children, including myself, we're all avid readers. I'm a retired teacher, and I spent a lot of time in South Miami. Growing up in South Miami, as well as when it was time for my younger two children to participate in activities, I brought them back to South Miami. My husband is a police officer. However, he volunteers at the park, coaching with the other coaches out there, and he's been there even though our son is long gone and our daughter is a 12th grader, no longer a cheerleader. My husband is still engaged with the park. My role came in with Dr. Tina Carroll Scott. We got together and we were looking at ways to improve outcomes. Okay, and in improving outcomes, we mean less violence and more success for the underserved population of South Miami. The book fair wellness event is just that, because I will have the Children's Trust Book Club there to give out books. I provided the book bags and like little pouches to go inside. My sorority and friends donated all of the materials to put inside of the book bags. The book bags do not represent my company at all. There's no name of my company on the book bag. It's not that kind of thing. For me, it's a matter of knowing from being in the classroom where the pitfalls are and trying to do something that will really work. Because we keep doing the same thing and we're not getting any different results. So this event is focused on the kids, but it's just as focused on the parents and helping them understand just how vital their role is in ensuring that their children are successful. According to the latest research, which my son did because he's a pre-med major, children that come from homes with happy mothers, with mothers that don't have lots of stress and other things, tend to do far better in the education system. With that being said, I found that parents really didn't know anything. They just dropped their kids to school and they figured, you go to school every day, you should learn something. And we feel, we know, because I studied long time. I got my graduate degrees at the University of Miami, and I studied a long time. And what I realized is that parent is the first teacher, and learning starts at home. And it doesn't have to cost one single penny. It's about time and effort. So I joined with the Children's Trust to do community engagement activities. I've held one in Homestead, Miami-Dade. That was a teen summit. Teens on one side, parents on the other side. So parents were getting information about things that teens do in school and how to set boundaries. Teens were getting information about how to set reasonable boundaries so that you don't do something that you're going to regret 20 years from now. Okay. Besides that, I held a summer camp this summer in Florida City. I recognize they don't even have a public library down there, and the mobile library does not come consistently. So essentially, I have taken it upon myself with various organizations to try to bring some of these things into the community to empower the parents and to work towards a better outcome for all of our children.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McQueen. I'm just going to refer to our mayor for a minute. Thank you.
Colleagues, do you have any questions of the event sponsor?
I do, just quickly, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
We've been starting the last couple of years a lot of kids events as well. I sponsor a kids marketplace where we average 50 tables, roughly 300 kids, and they start up businesses and consider to do that. And we've been moving through a lot of the schools in the area, so we would love to work with you and see how we can incorporate more stuff. I think what we always want to do is encourage more people. How can we get more people at this event? Like, what is it that you're doing to encourage kids and families to attend it, and what can we do to help you with that?
Well, I've basically been using my connections or influence because, again, I was a teacher for 30 years in the county and an adjunct professor at Miami-Dade. So I use my resources of people calling around, asking. The trust has helped me. Genesis, Citrus, because I work with foster kids as well. So it just connected to all of my personal resources. And then my son graduated from Columbus. So he reached out to Mr. Pugh to get Columbus involved to donate as well.
Excellent.
So that's kind of like how this has been going. This part has really nothing to do with my personal business. This is for my son, who is currently working with teens from 13 to 19. And
So,
as
so
I
Ms.
said,
McQueen, if I
yes.
could just add this, I appreciate the clarification because when the application was received, it had Obviously, both entities as an applicant and the directors on both agencies are the same. So hence that was the reason for my questions. I think you've adequately addressed them. You probably heard the discussion regarding the prior item with regard to the waiver of police fees. I'm going to ask staff, how much in terms of direct costs, staff costs, do we have here that we're being asked to waive? If you can clarify that again for me. Madam Deputy Manager.
Yes, Mayor, there's park staff cost estimated at $560 and off-duty police officers at $506.
Okay. So just to simplify this and hopefully, because I want to support your work, not only am I the son of a public school teacher who's served the county for 42 years, so respect your 30 years of service tremendously, and I know that you guys do quite a bit to underwrite this work. We also have the connection that I'm also a Columbus grad, so I want to support your son in his charitable endeavors here as well. So rather than ask this, I'd like to modify the request. If we could remove the direct service costs from the request, Madam Manager and Madam Clerk, I will, Ms. McQueen, because this is a nettlesome issue for us, I will commit to providing you a check for the cost of those services so that you don't come out of pocket further. And with that modification, I'm happy to move the item.
Sorry. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your generosity. And I just have a quick unrelated question.
Yes.
So first of all, our condolences for your loss. And you mentioned that your son played for Pittsburgh.
He is playing and running track.
Okay.
And he tried
So
for the Olympics this year.
My question is, does your son know South Miamian Kennard Cox, who is the ACC, I believe, Defensive Player of the Year?
Of course he knows
Okay.
Kennard, and Kennard has been to Pittsburgh to visit him.
All right. He
Because
played
that's
for
where Kennard went to
Seattle,
school.
Jacksonville, Kansas City. He
My
had a
husband
charity.
coached Kennard.
Okay.
My husband coached Kennard.
All right.
As a matter of fact, my husband coached quite a few kids that went to the NFL. During COVID, I had all of those athletes give me public gift cards. And I put on the website at my school, any teacher, any student, any family that you think would benefit from this, let me know, give me an address, and after school hours, I'll go and deliver myself the gift card.
Thank you so much for your service.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, you ready?
No, with that, I'd move the item with the modification that we remove the reimbursements for staff time and costs for parks and police, and with a commitment to Ms. McQueen that I will either raise or write that amount so she can hold the event as proposed.
Okay. Second with that amendment.
Just for the record, the new waiver would be a waiver of $1,625.95.
Correct, which I believe is our facility fee, correct?
That's everything except.
For the use of the Murray
parks.
Park Field
That's
and the,
That's correct.
great. So, colleagues, that would be my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Liebman. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll for the item as modified.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes as amended 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. McQueen. And let's make sure we get together. If you can text or call me on my cell phone, which is on the city's website, I'd love to chat with you further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Same here, Ms. McQueen.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I'd like to move on to the quasi judicial items. Can you please read the required warnings?
Certainly, Mayor. Application number 27 on this evening's City Commission meeting agenda is quasi-judicial in nature. As always, the clerk will read the title of the resolution in advance of the public hearing. The public hearing will include presentation by staff and the applicant, if they so choose, and any public comment. Commission may ask any questions either before or after the public comment period is closed. Following public comment, the commission may deliberate on the resolution. The quasi-judicial procedures require the commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base the decision on applicable law and primarily in the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. Staff report and the resolution provide the applicable law and criteria for approval. In this case, it is the plat criteria in section 20-4.2 of the Land Development Code. The evidence considered must be substantial competent evidence. That means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that reasonable minds would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who seeks to speak on the item should be given an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion. If you intend to provide testimony as to any of the applications considered tonight, you should be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct questions on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, if you wish to speak on this item, you should be sworn in. I'd ask that if you are in the audience and wish to speak, you stand, and if you are on Zoom, if you can turn your camera on and raise your right hand. There's Mr. Thomason, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Madam Clerk, can you confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements for this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Mayor, Mayor, and Commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communications on this item with you?
No.
Or
No.
members of the public?
No.
Great. Seeing none?
I have not.
Mayor, I turn the proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, if you could read item 27 into the record, please.
Yes, item 27, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami approving or denying an application for a tentative plat pursuant to section 20-4.2 of the Land Development Code seeking to subdivide a property within the low-density single-family residential RS3 zoning district located at 5865 North Kendall Drive and the residential estate modified estate EUM zoning district of the Village of Pinecrest located at 5865 Southwest 88th Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Mr. Thomason is here on behalf of the applicant, and I know our staff is prepared to make a presentation. Colleagues, I have reviewed the items in the record, and I'm satisfied with my review of the documentation and am able to make my determination based on that competent substantial evidence. Would you like a presentation by staff and/or the applicant?
I was going to ask you for the same request, Mr. Mayor.
Fantastic. We are on a mind meld today, Commissioner.
I found that puzzle piece.
There you go. Commissioner Corey, Commissioner Kaye, any questions, or would you like a presentation?
No questions here.
Yeah, I listened to
Okay.
the planning board and did all the due diligence here, so we're ready to move forward.
Fantastic. So is there, well, this is a public hearing item. Is there any member of the public who'd like to speak on item 27, which is a proposed tentative plat at 5865 Southwest 88th Street? Please come forward at this time if you are in chambers. Is there anyone in chambers who'd like to address this item, Madam Clerk?
No.
Seeing none, is there anyone online
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. I don't see.
other than Mr. Thomason?
No.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no one online and no one in chambers, we will close the public hearing. Mr. Thomason, congratulations on the fantastic presentation, and I'll entertain a motion at this time.
I move the item.
I second.
Is there a second? We have a motion by Commissioner Liebman and a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on item 27, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Thank you to staff and the applicant. If we can move on to item 30 and read that into the record, Madam Clerk.
Yes, an ordinance amending Article 2 definitions, Article 3 zoning regulations, and Article 4 other regulations to permit urgent care facilities and provide applicable regulations.
Thank you, colleagues. You'll recall this is an item brought forward at the request of an applicant. I believe council is in chambers. Do we have any questions regarding this item, or would we like a presentation from staff?
Which item is this?
This is the urgent care facility, second reading.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Again,
prepared.
just for the,
Sorry.
you're prepared to vote, sir? Okay, so this, again, for the benefit of the public, this would allow an urgent care center facility use. Mr. City Attorney, if you can clarify the district of the modification, just for the record, so the public is aware.
Sure, it would allow it in the general retail district, which is the retail district along US 1 primarily. There's a definition of urgent care facility, and there are some requirements regarding maximum size and conditions for the certificate of occupancy.
And for the benefit of the public, this is just a text amendment that would allow for the use. Anyone wishing to avail themselves of this use would have to come in with an application. Mr. City Attorney, is that correct?
Not exactly. There's
Okay.
To the extent that they were modifying the site, they would have to come in for a site plan application, but this is a permitted use, is the way this is written.
Okay, so if there are no modifications to an existing structure, they wish to occupy existing space, they can do that without further review or approval of this board.
That is correct.
Thank you for that clarification. With those comments by way of introduction, this is a public hearing item. Is there any member of the public in chambers who would like to address this commission on item 30?
No one.
Seeing no one in chamber, is there anyone online, Madam Clerk, who'd like to address this commission on item 30?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand to speak on this item. I don't see any.
Okay, so with that, we will close the public hearing on item 30. Colleagues, any questions? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion on this item.
I'll move the motion, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. I'd like to, Madam Clerk, if you could read item 28 into the record, please.
Yes, item 28, a resolution selecting and awarding a contract to River North Transit LLC for on-demand transit services pursuant to request for proposals number CSM 2024-05 in amount not to exceed $354,000 annually, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into a contract for on-demand transit services for a multi-year term.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, or Madam Manager, can you give us a brief introduction on this item in terms of what this would authorize? Sorry, I'm off camera here. Let me put that back on. And then next steps, assuming this item is adopted.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Good evening. This item is a culmination of discussions that we've had regarding our on-demand transit service and a competitive process that had a committee evaluate proposals. We had 3 entities propose, our current provider Freebie, second another proposer was Circuit, and then Via was a third proposer. Certainly, we've had discussions before in regards to our ability to service our community and look for ways to broaden our ability to bring in individuals from within the city and outside the city into our town center. So this process culminated in submittals and evaluation of proposals. What's before you, committee ranked the proposers. The committee was unanimous in recommending Via. I reviewed each proposal and reviewed the committee's work. And what I'm bringing forward, I did not take the step of negotiating a contract, which could have been a step that could have been taken, but brought it back to get some direction and feedback from this commission, given that it's a pivot from our current provider, Freebie, who has provided excellent service to the city. And in this case, what I'm bringing forward is that an authorization to continue our discussion with Via and negotiate a contract, a multi-year contract for their services. The key component of this was we looked for our ability to possibly scale our program in a model that would not have a fixed cost regardless of the number of rides. Number 2, to try and have an apples to apples comparison, we used a metric of a no longer than 15-minute wait time for any user as a way to evaluate how each participant, each proposer would respond to that. And lastly, we were looking for an ability to have an integration from a multimodal standpoint via a platform with other options that was fully integrated, including public transit and transportation network companies potentially as an overflow to our provider. So in this case, I believe that VIA brings forward a proven technology that actually has this integration and has demonstrated the integration via a platform that not only responds to our level of service request, but also provides the integration through their app to bring in Metro Connect, which currently provides service in our area, and bring in a transportation network company like an Uber to also overlap and enhance our service. Now, part of these proposals were service hours, and each proposer submitted different hours. Through the negotiation process, it would be my intent to talk about service hours and make the changes that we feel may be necessary to fully enhance not only the daily service, but the economic driver of bringing people into our town center. So I think that that's something that we would do during the negotiation process and move potentially the hours of service to maximize that and also leverage existing options that users may have through other platforms so we can maximize our funds. So we believe that at this time, VIA gives us a really great platform that has been proven, that is integrated to really take our on-demand services to a new level with the ability of a variable pricing, meaning not having each vehicle that we add have a fixed cost regardless of its use. And that's where I think we wanted to kind of grow from and enhance and have the ability to scale. So I know that a representative from VIA in the audience, Sebastian Loria, who would be the principal manager of this account and can speak to that further, Mr. Mayor, and certainly willing to answer any questions that you may have specifically as it relates to the proposals and what next steps would be.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Colleagues, before we recognize the vendor, prospective vendor, do any of you have any questions or comments of staff about the recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, I just like to look at the numbers regarding the contract. I think there's some grant money for next year, but maybe not the following year. And this comes out of PTP money, the transportation tax, and just how this contract may compare to the previous contract. It's a big expense for the city. Also for me, that decision threshold, I don't think, I'm in the minority. I don't think it's the city's obligation to necessarily provide service within 15 minutes. I believe you can look at your phone. If it's more than 15, then that rider has an option. They can walk or drive or bike or pay for an on-demand service on their own. I mean, when it comes to free, it's right. I mean, in life we always have three things. We have price, quality, and service. If you want the best price, you can do something online. You're going to sacrifice service. If you want the best quality and best service, you have to sacrifice price. This is free, so I don't know how with free we can achieve. We're a small municipality. We're comparing ourselves right with the cities like Coral Gables with a much richer budget. But maybe I just took the liberty of doing that. But all that to say, I think it's hard to provide free and then also commit to 15 minutes or less. I wouldn't want to take on that obligation as a steward of the budget. That's just me.
No, Commissioner Liebman, it's a fair point. And I think, certainly my conversation with the manager on this item, this is well in excess of what we are currently spending on our service. And I think that the reason I'm going to vote to support the item is because I know this is just a first step to allow for negotiations. Certainly what we had was a proposed cost in response to our solicitation, but we certainly don't have to contract for that amount, nor do I think we can or should we. Certainly, the comments I'd like to briefly share for the benefit of the manager, which I've shared privately and the public and the prospective vendor, who I've also spoken to on multiple occasions prior to the solicitation, as I had with all the others, and following the issuance of the manager's recommendation, is that I want to make sure that we're leveraging the county service. They obviously have invested, and frankly, it's their obligation to provide these transit services. As I've shared with this board, my goal was to figure out how we can keep people, particularly choice riders, people with discretionary income, coming into the city in as frictionless a way as possible, whether that's through subsidizing this service for more robust evening and weekend hours, right, that are not serviced by the county with the same level of service standard. I think their standard is 15 minutes as well. And certainly incentivizing people from beyond South Miami to come into our town center and frequent our shops, restaurants, or come to a cultural or entertainment activity being organized privately or by the city. Certainly that would be my goal. And Commissioner Lehman, I think you're right. We've talked about this before. This proposal, while certainly all the costs was proposed to be borne by the city, I don't think, and Mr. Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong, does not foreclose the prospect that in our negotiations, we do put some of this cost on members of the public. And I think particularly so for, hours that go beyond what is the platform offerings the county has with possibly the same vendor as part of its Metro Connect service. What I'm hoping we can get is a service that for those evenings and weekends where we want people filling our restaurants, coming to our town center, bars, and shops, is to basically encourage people through some sort of shared cost savings to take a ride on this service into South Miami as opposed to electing to use rideshare elsewhere. As for those hours where Metro Connect is not operating, the only competition is from a fully private rideshare services where the patron bears the full cost. So that's certainly my motivation and what I will be hopefully bringing by way of a perspective to these negotiations, should we choose to authorize the selection of this vendor that the manager is recommending.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kaya, Commissioner Liebman, Commissioner Corey, excuse me, do you have any thoughts or comments you want to share?
I think the city manager wanted to speak, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, you're recognized.
No, thank you. My apologies for jumping in, Commissioner Kaya. Just Commissioner Lehman, I mean, you're on point. I mean, I fully knew that walking into setting a level of standard without really having an understanding of what that does on the price side, maybe potentially beyond our means. But we wanted to have a metric that had some level of service component and an ability to compare things from an apples to apples. And then during the negotiation, we can make some tweaks. But it was an ability to kind of level set our RFP to be able to compare. So your point's fully well accepted and certainly duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and I'm prepared to vote yes. So thank you for all the work you and staff put into this.
Thank you.
Commissioners Corey and Liebman, Commissioners Corey and Kaya, any questions or comments for the record?
No, I mean, I was curious to hear a little bit more from the vendor and maybe even to some extent how we plan to get adoption from residents, being that they already have adopted this existing platform. And I know we might be able to leverage Metro Connect and Uber to spread the word as well as our app, but just curious about that too, since I think that'll be a transitionary period for us to be able to get people using a new system.
Yeah, so we have Mr. Loria here online. Happy to recognize him to address that question. And I would, Mr. Loria, and one of my concerns in evaluating the responses is obviously Freebie has had a pretty successful engagement moving transit riders within South Miami to points of interest, last mile connectivity into our town center, and has over time, given its presence in the market for a while, kind of built up some brand recognition. So to build on Commissioner Corey's question, what kind of things from a marketing perspective should we be thinking of proactively to make sure that we encourage adoption and utilization?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having me here tonight, City Commission, Mayor, City Manager. Very excited to be here to talk more about the service. So in terms of communicating the new platform to riders and ensuring the community and folks inside and outside of South Miami are adopting the new platform, there's really quite a few things. Our proposal includes full rider marketing and community engagement support. So we have experience from hundreds of various microtransit deployments where we will be both within the community, presenting at senior towers, libraries, events to get word out about the service, but also having a really robust digital rider acquisition approach. We've done this very successfully for over 10 years now, making sure that we're using both in-person and digital means to spread awareness and make sure folks understand that the service is available. And in addition to that, these teams are going to work really closely with the city to see where we can collaborate to get the word out further on city assets and city websites and social media channels. So we'll work very closely with you, both in digital and physical realms, to make sure that folks are learning about the service.
Commissioner Corey, any follow-up questions for Mr. Loria?
No, thank you very much for your answer.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Kaye, do you have anything you would like to add or questions for the vendor staff?
No, Mayor, this has been a long process. We've gone through this in great detail. I think we're just eager to see how the contract goes so we can finalize that and get down to the nitty gritty. So I'm good.
Well, with that,
with
I'll
the
entertain a
choice
motion.
process. I'll move the motion.
Well, it's a public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing.
Oh, sorry, it's a public hearing item. So is there any member from the public in chambers who'd like to address this commission on item 28?
There's none. Anyone on Zoom?
Seeing no one, is there anyone online on Zoom?
No, there's no one.
Okay. We will then close the public hearing. We have a motion by Commissioner Kaye. I believe it was a second by Commissioner Liebman. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Sure, second. I think it was, yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
And again, thank you to staff and all the vendors for their very thoughtful responses. And to the team at VIA, we look forward to getting down to the nitty-gritty and hopefully getting this operational, in the words of Commissioner Kaye. So thank you. Moving on to, I believe, the last item of the evening, which is item 17. Madam Clerk, if you can read that into the record, please.
Yes. A resolution authorizing the city manager to engage Creative Insurance Company for the purchase of health insurance coverage for eligible employees and participating retirees for fiscal year 2024-2025, an approximate premium amount of $1,131,710.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I asked to pull this item. I'm happy to kind of give you my initial thoughts, and then, or if you'd like to start with a staff presentation on the item, happy to begin that way as well. What's the commission's preference?
Oh, I was about to say.
What do we do? Why don't we start with staff? Madam Deputy Manager, if you can walk us through the recommendation. Is Commissioner Liebman leaving us?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
It's like,
Just getting ready.
Okay.
it's like Joshua's going.
Madam Deputy Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna just give.
Oh, you're good.
No, I'm just
No,
gonna
go
give
ahead,
a
sir.
brief.
My apologies. Mr. Manager,
No,
I'm sorry.
not,
Go ahead.
not at all, sir. I'm just gonna give a brief overview and certainly hand it over to the deputy manager who's led this effort, along with our broker who's there, and certainly a representative from Curative as well. So, this culminates a process, administrative process to seek our healthcare provider. And, through this process, there are six quotes, I believe, that were obtained from different entities. I will share, globally, as a small size group, that may have certain experience, that may not be financially challenging to some of the potential proposers and companies. It is challenging, as an employer, to create plans that provide the best level of service potentially for our employees, but also at a most cost-effective way, and that is always challenging. And I will say that the ultimate goal here is to try and develop a relationship with one company that is multi-year, and that provides that company the ability to understand that there may be years that may be more challenging and other years that are better, and to smooth out that experience, which I think will send a good signal to the marketplace, and that's certainly my intent. In this case, we had a proposal that's a little different, and certainly I think it kind of changes the stake as it relates to healthcare companies and putting a little bit of I'll call it where their mouth is. One of the big features here on this plan was certainly the enticing of having employees participate in a consultation that would ultimately hope that they would follow up on recommendations to try and get ahead of issues in case where many employees sometimes withhold seeking care because of costs, which end up, in more catastrophic type events and or costs. So as a small employer and having certain experiences that create a challenging environment, it is even more incumbent upon us to try and look for partnerships that may provide such an element whereby our employees are being proactive in their seeking of healthcare and making better choices, not only as employees, obviously of their own healthcare, but as consumers, and which affect us ultimately, all of us that are part of this plan. So in this case, the opportunity before you certainly has a very unique feature. There is also in the marketplace. Curative is more new to municipal governments, if you will, and they have some experiences, but maybe not compared to its peers. But I think it's really hit the marketplace from the standpoint of this feature that may waive deductibles and copays as a result of this one consultation. So I want to thank staff and our broker, and certainly I'll allow the deputy manager to give you more context in the process for how we got here, and certainly we have our broker USI and Curative there to answer any questions that you may have. So, Madam Deputy, if you may, please. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Deputy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So the manager covered most of it. The USI is our broker of record. They went and solicited quotes from several companies. We got 3 which were competitive. The most competitive came from Curative in several respects. The co-pays being 0 if you do complete this baseline visit. They do have a widely recognized network. They have 24/7 virtual care. So based on the plan, the network, the cost savings that are going to come to the city, as well as to the employees that have their families and their children or their spouses on the plan, that's where the recommendation is. We have in chambers Kurt Cushing, he's a senior VP with USI, and Stacy Granger, she's a VP with Curative, if you have any specific questions for them as well.
Thank you, Madam Manager. If you could just, by way of background, my understanding is we have to make a decision tonight. Can you explain why we need to elect a plan this evening? What are we dealing with in terms of, if this commission chose to defer this item to September 3rd, what would be the consequences of that action?
So we have our open enrollment coming up next week. It is a semi-lengthy process because we need to meet with staff. The first phase is meeting with staff, letting them know what the new elections are, letting them elect to be on our insurance or not be on our insurance, letting them know all the changes. Then on our end in HR, it's submitting all of the new carriers in ADP, giving all the information to the new carrier of who's covered, which coverages they're receiving. So, and our open enrollment period begins October 1st is when the new coverages would kick in.
Okay, so our plan year begins October 1.
October 1st.
That's
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, if you'll indulge me, I have a couple questions, and then I'm happy to take, if someone would like to be recognized, I'm happy to recognize you at any time. I know it's been mentioned that 6 quotes were solicited, so I'd like to delve into that process a little bit further, understanding it. There was one quote that to me that was not solicited, and Madam Manager, we talked about that, and that is, and the only reason I'm aware of it is because we procure lines of service coverage from that buying cooperative for commercial and liability and other insurance needs, and that's PRM is my understanding. Again, what would it take for us to solicit a quote from that buying cooperative, and would our broker be involved in that process, or would we be going directly to that buying cooperative to inquire about what healthcare plans they could offer for us that would allow us to purchase maybe at greater scale, since we're doing it in conjunction with other cities?
We would go directly to PRM for that. We would have to provide them all of our current employees, their coverages. They may have to seek our claims experience in order to give us a quote. So I'm not sure how long that would take if we did reach out to PRM.
Okay, and again, I just want to understand, so that's not something our broker would recommend because I'm assuming it's not a buying cooperative that they typically do business with. Is my understanding correct?
I'll refer to the broker.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then in terms of timelines, 10-1.
Sir, if you could just give me your name and address for the
Sorry.
record, my apologies.
Kurt Cushing, and I'm with USI Insurance. And as far as timelines, with a 10-1 renewal, there's just not going to be enough time to get that in place.
No, but beyond the timeline, sir, in terms of process, so I understand, where we need to, how we need to manage this process on a going forward basis. From part of my concern is that last time we were in this posture a year ago, this decision kind of came in the same way, which is we had to make a deadline by a particular date, and we find ourselves with a go or no go decision here with limited information. Last time, however, the decision was about the broker that we were procuring. Since it was a very different model, there was a different compensation model that we were using to select a broker. Here, it's a strictly commission based compensation model. So this commission, by virtue of the fact that we're not approving a contract with an expenditure of greater than $5,000, and staff has selected the broker, we didn't have insight into that decision. I understand it's purely administrative, but again, as a result, the issue kind of comes to us in terms of the election of the plan here at the 11th hour. But just so I understand from a process perspective, is it customary part of your business to solicit quotes from an entity like PRM, which is a buying cooperative available to cities?
No, it's not.
Okay. So again, it's fair to say that it would not be part of your standard process, nor would they pay you a commission if you were to solicit a quote from them, or they just do not operate on that model?
They would pay a commission.
Okay. And have you ever solicited a quote from PRM in terms of their group health plans that are available?
I personally have not been involved in one of those, no.
Okay.
But USI Insurance has.
Okay, with the manager's indulgence, I'd just like to ask a couple questions about the process for soliciting the 6 quotes that we did receive. So, and again, sir, I apologize, I don't recall your name, so I don't mean to put you. Mr. Cushing, if you could just explain to this body how you go about selecting the quotes, what the process entails, because again, this is all new to me. I'm learning on the fly here.
I'm actually going to defer that to my colleague who's online right now, Lisa Casaldella. She's actually the one who went out and marketed all of your lines of coverage, so I'll defer to her.
Thank you, Ms. Casaldella. You're recognized. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. So we went to market with all the carriers that were available in the market. The process consists of sending them a current census, election status, and they come back to us and give us, the quote in the market. The incumbent carrier had, their original renewal quote, which Cigna gave you a renewal quote, and then we went back to see if there was any negotiating room while we, at the same time, approached Aetna, United, Blue Cross Blue Shield, AvMed, and then Curative as well. And then from that group, Aetna and United declined to quote. AvMed did give us a quote, but it was on the higher side. And at the end, Curative was the one that gave us the most competitive quote for your group.
Can I ask, just in terms of the process, when you get a quote from a company like AvMed, do you re-engage them to try to negotiate better rates? Or did that happen here? There are documents of us going back and forth with them about plan elements, costs, ways to refine the plans to get us a better complement of services, better co-pays. How dynamic is that process, and how often do you engage in those exchanges? And did we do that in this case?
Yes. So this process took in excess of 3, almost 4 weeks. We hit the ground running when we finally received the broker of record, which allows us to engage with the carriers. There was back and forth, and that's what ultimately ended up in us securing a second year rate cap. Plus, within that, there are components.
I'm sorry, that's a second-year rate cap for the Curative proposal, correct?
Correct. That's not common with any, of the carriers, but Curative provided a rate cap where at second year, And Stacy from Curative can explain further where, you know, your increase would not exceed a certain amount. So that negotiation process did take 3 to 4 weeks. Those that declined to quote, they're pretty quick to turn around that communication. But the remaining carriers such as, you know, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cigna, and Curative came back with additional discounts and, you know, remained at a certain price point after several weeks of communication. So we feel like we ended up with a final result that would, you know, stay on point. It would not move from the pricing where we are right now.
Thank you for that clarification. Colleagues, I have a series of other questions, but I don't want to dominate the conversation. Does anyone have anything they'd like to inquire about or add?
No, Mayor, you can proceed. I mean, I've asked all these questions during our management updated review and asked around different colleagues and different physicians on different questions that we had. So I'll let you finish your questions and then we can surmise on our side.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to kind of just chime in a little bit on the process, given, you know, my participation in multiple local governments. This is really very typical process, and you know, the journey of getting to where we are is very typical from the standpoint of how local governments approaches.
Chip, I don't mean to interrupt, but I understand all that. We've talked about it. I just want to be clear about something. No, I know you're trying to explain. I know you're trying to explain, but I'll let you close with that if you don't mind. I just want to finish my questions and get through them. And I don't, you know, it's not intended to be disrespectful. I just want to, I want to get to this convention for the first time in 2 days, if at all possible, later this evening. But I also want to kind of get these, I want to get these questions put on the record and hopefully answered later. We'll have to take an action tonight. So in terms of what I'm concerned about in making this decision and what troubles me is two things. Obviously, new entrant to market is who we're recommending. Borrowing a network from another plan that declined to bid. We did not get a quote from PRM, which would put us in a category of being in a group of more than 100 employees, which I'm understanding from all the discussions I've had would probably help us with our pricing and plan elements. And since we switched models in terms of the broker compensation model, what I don't understand as a part of this analysis is how the compensation model works for the broker with the plan. My assumption is the plan pays the commission. I don't know if those plans pay commissions at the same rate, whether they pay any sort of bonuses to incentivize brokers to bring, as my doctor told me, who kind of gave me a primer on this stuff, more belly buttons, to the plan, so I would like to understand, so I can make a fully informed decision. What is the commission structure offered by each of these plans? What bonuses were offered? Whether any of these carriers that either bid or declined to bid did not offer bonuses to our broker. Again, so in full transparency for our benefit in the decision making and the public, I have an understanding of that. So I don't know if Mrs. Calzadilla or Mr. Cushing could actually elaborate and answer those questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, I just wanted to get to this point.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify something that was stated that made it seem like this process was not typical. So I just want to.
No, I think it's a very typical process. I'm just, I have my reservations about it, notwithstanding.
Yeah.
So no bonuses were paid out or are being promised to USI, and the commission range is standard. It's between 5% and 6% from each carrier.
Okay, so no bonuses by any, none of the plans that responded pay the broker any bonuses for placement of the plan. So it's strictly you get a commission based on the value of the premium, which my understanding is that the applicable rate is 6%.
Between 5% and 6%, correct.
Because my understanding, speaking to people in the marketplace, is that there are bonuses being offered by the new plan entrant and others that are established players in the market for bringing business from any client, private or public, to those plans. So that understanding is incorrect, or at least not true in this case. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's not true in this case.
Okay, and so, and we can get written confirmation from USI as to what they are paid with validation of that fact. Again, I just want to make sure that we're being transparent about the commission structure so that I can walk away with this with a sound mind and, you know, and with full information. So if we can get your confirmation on that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, we can get you a
Okay.
fee disclosure. And
Yeah.
Okay.
show all the fees. And again, there is no bonuses paid. We have Curative here in the room. If anything, with your previous broker, you guys had a gap insurance policy in place. And if I recall, at least please keep me honest on that one, I believe it was a 20% commission. That completely goes away. And you're looking at probably about a savings of $40,000. That goes
No,
away.
understood, and again, not one that was well understood in the marketplace nor well received by the providers. I had a lot of experience with it last year due to some issues in our family, but so I'm glad to see that element go away. That is all I had by way of questions or comments. Colleagues, if you have none, I'm happy to entertain a motion. And Mr. Manager, I'm going to give you the opportunity to close since you wanted to make some comments before, and I
No.
somewhat rudely interrupted you. My apologies.
No, thanks. No need.
Again,
Sorry.
and I'm not, I don't want to be clear for the benefit of the public and staff. Again, I take no issue with the process here. It's just different than last year. We have a very limited window into it, and my concern, Mr. Manager, my concern has been historically, I think this is the third plan that I've interacted with in my brief tenure, just under 2 years here with the city. And so my concern for our employees is about disruption, right, and consistency in terms of being able to access providers and whatnot. So my desire long-term is to have a relationship with a carrier where we are not, jumping to jumping from one plan to the other. One other question I forgot to answer is, I didn't look at this in detail, if Ms. Garcia or Mr. Cushing can explain. In terms of pharmacy benefits, are we able to, because that's another source of potential disruption beyond providers, which I know that in speaking with staff, they vetted pretty closely that key providers for our current plan and the plan that we're proposed or recommended to contract with are roughly equivalent. In terms of pharmacy benefits, will we have access to the full slate of providers? CVS, Walgreens, Publix, mail, access to mail prescription deliveries. Because I do know that some plans have relationships that are exclusive to some PBMs or own a PBM. So if you could clarify that point for me, I'd appreciate it.
So I'll defer to Stacy from Curative to answer that question, but Publix is the pharmacy to fill in prescriptions, and they do have mail-in orders, but she can clarify further.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm Stacy Granger, and I work for Curative. Regarding pharmacy benefits, Curative here in the state of Florida selected Publix as our exclusive pharmacy vendor for retail. If members are outside of the state or traveling, we do have access to a national pharmacy network. And then we also do next day delivery from Curative pharmacies. We have a Curative pharmacy open today in Tampa, and we also are opening one in Fort Lauderdale. So they will also be able to do some same day deliveries within a radius from the Fort Lauderdale location. But Publix is really our main retail pharmacy here in the state of Florida.
Okay, so we would only be able to access pharmacy benefits brick and mortar at Publix locations, I guess, anywhere in the Southeast. Other than that, our plan enrollees would have to resort to utilizing your next day delivery or mail service. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Last question. One of the novel parts of your plan is obviously the medical concierge and clinic, I guess, initial intake. And then obviously the rather punitive default should you fail to make the 120-day mark. But that also provides a pretty deep window into people's medical history, which is pretty atypical for a plan. So you're collecting a lot of data up front. to the representative for Curative, does your business model contemplate the resale of that data collected from those interviews?
The data that we're using is really to help folks engage in our disease management programs. It's not to be sold. And it is also completely confidential. The employer does not know what's discussed during that baseline visit, welcome onboarding visit that each member will have. It will be held completely confidential. And it's really designed, again, to help make sure members are adhering to their medication, that they're doing preventative screenings as appropriate with their age, sex demographics, and really to help them manage a chronic condition if they should have one. So we are really looking to connect and help our members engage in their health.
Okay, but is there no resale of any of that information that's collected?
I'm not
Whether
aware of
it's
any resale whatsoever.
okay. I'd love to get that confirmation in writing from Curative, please. So with that, colleagues, I'm happy to entertain any further questions of staff or our broker or the prospective vendor. If not, I'm happy to hear a motion on the item.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, just all of our staff. And it may have seemed a little contentious, but really everyone's just doing what they're charged with doing, which is looking out for the benefit, the health, right, of all of our team, our city employees. So just want to thank everyone for the conversation and all the due diligence that, behind the scenes. And I'm prepared to vote.
Mayor,
Okay, is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll move the motion.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the vote.
Yes. Excuse me. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
I'm going to vote yes, and I just want to say this is a leap of faith and a vote of confidence in my manager and our deputy manager's recommendation.
Item
So yes.
passes- Okay, item passes 4-0.
Thank you for everyone. Madam Clerk, is there any further business in front of the council?
Nope. Just
Okay.
commission remarks.
Then we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.